Larry King, good morning.
Hey, how
What,
are you?
what do we hold the pleasure to?
Well, Sona is indisposed with another matter, so I'm going to cover the three PCCs she has up for domestic this morning.
Okay, cool. I just made you co-host.
Oh, okay. So I have that I know of Stalling, McCune McClure, and Lyle.
I'm looking, let's see. Yep, that's what I have.
All righty.
All right, cool. All right, thank you.
Good talking to you.
Good morning, Mr. Kowinski. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Yeah, I made you co-host. And are you helping Bryn with the felonies or the misdemeanors?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay.
Felonies.
All right, I made you co-host.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dan the man, good morning.
Good morning, Marianne. How are you today?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, Larry.
You don't sound okay, Dan. What's going on, man?
Well, sound okay. What's wrong? I'm a little congested. I've had.
You sound like you're just bummed to be here.
When I saw you, I looked up, Larry.
Yeah. Do we have anything together?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Morning, Bryn.
Morning, Dan. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
You're echoing.
Yeah, I'm training Peter.
Okay.
Hey, Dan, you have Charles Barnett. That's a DB.
Yes.
Do you need to talk with, is that a Larry case or is that a Bryn case?
I thought it was Bryn's, but I'm not
Okay,
sure.
it's not on the list that I got from Sona, so I hope it's
Okay.
not mine.
Okay. Do you need to talk with Bryn?
No, it's just one of those final pre-trials where we're going to see if the complainant shows.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm. Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Batar. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am wonderful. It does not look like we have anything ready.
You are correct.
It's early.
Judge and Mary Ann, did you hear what happened to Teresa?
No.
She broke her ankle and had surgery.
How's she doing?
She's working from home. I think it was a roller skating incident.
Roller skating.
That's the word on the street.
That's the story. Okay. Oh my gosh.
But yeah, it was a
Aw.
pretty bad break, unfortunately.
Marianne, you promised me an easy day. This is not feeling easy yet.
Yeah, I jinxed us. That's why I shouldn't have said that.
I'm looking at the schedule and it looks like things will be wonderful by 1 o'clock. We might be able to take a late lunch. So what I'm going to do, Marianne, is I'll walk away. I'll go out in the hallway, and as soon as I do that, 5 defense attorneys will show up.
Murphy's Law.
That's how that always works, so that's what I'll do. I'm gonna walk away right now. And let's see what happens. and we can go on. Busy, just getting started. 8:30, we'll start on the defense attorneys.
What is it?
Really?
Hey guys, it's Larry. I gotta step down the hall for just a second. I'll be right back.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I'm super. How are you?
I'm great. I just came up here to get the Belleville files and give them to the Belleville prosecutor, and it was already done.
I'm waiting for defense attorneys to show up, and as soon as I opened the door, he was standing right there, so I just brought him through. I don't know what we're gonna do about the clock.
We're calling DPW today and having them get us some bigger tape because they don't want to put holes in.
No,
the
I don't want
block.
a hose. I was gonna get a hook and hang it on the fabric, maybe, if the DPW.
Morning, Mr. Mott Grady, how are you?
Good morning, I'm well. How are you?
Hi, I'm great.
You know-
Your client is on screen.
Yes, I have a few clients up. So I see
Oh,
Mr. Patterson, County Jail.
Somebody called them.
this is Mr. Patterson, yeah.
Yes. Could I have one moment to speak with him and then a moment in the breakout room with the prosecutor?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think it's better there than.
Actually, can I talk to the prosecutor first?
Yep. Bryn, do you want to take her in?
Doesn't matter to me, so, I mean, I just.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim's laughing at me. It came down again.
I was shocked. Today. Yeah, you weren't in here. There were 2 cases yesterday. Not shape. And that last one was one of them.
Yeah, we'll get
Ashley, do you see an invitation
Our
for
last
you
case is
to join a breakout
at
room?
12:30, and then the next case is until 2.
Oh, that's the guy in custody.
That's the guy in custody. Is he here yet?
No.
Okay. So I think that's how,
Okay.
so it'll be
Good.
late. So we have a double book, not double booking, but we have, oh no, one of the 12:30s went away. We should be able to run on time. If we can get started, it'd be perfect.
So we should get, have one hole
All right, I'm back.
in the ring.
Thank you, sir.
Bring the guy from the county out here,
Mhm.
and he'll wait, what you could have done from the jail.
There's no way to move it up either. And so I was like, we'll leave it like it is,
Right.
and we can maybe take a break. I think you all did, had a yeoman's job on Monday with no breaks and no lunch with the jury, so.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I think that today is a trade-off for how Monday went.
See, I will never, ever say again, oh, this one's recording.
Well, I think every time we do them, I have a better idea of what we should do. And if I put the schedule out there at the beginning, and people know we'll break at 10, we'll break for lunch at noon, and we'll break for at 2 for something else, and they know, and then we can kind of, the attorneys will back into presenting their case that way, and the jurors will know that to expect this. That was one of their complaints. There were no snacks. There was no snacks, no water, no coffee. And I said, well.
You know what? We've talked to other courts, and very rarely do any other courts even let them bring in water.
I know.
Livonia don't let them do nothing.
So, well, and I told them that I said, I just came back after 10 days. I wasn't really thinking that this was gonna happen, so I didn't, but I'll do better. We have a jury in December, so I'll bring in half bottles and snacks, candy, some granola bars or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just so there's something in that back room. In the morning out there, coffee and donuts for 40 people, I think is a bit much. And I don't want that room full of crumbs and ants and whatnot.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna do that, we could get a dozen donuts and put them back on that table. When we get a jury pick, then they can have. We'll make sure they're good ones that we like too.
You guys are a mess. Anyway, I told when I wasn't looking for you, I just leaned over the rail. You weren't down there. Saw Mr. Crova and Al, I think, were down there. Because we don't have anything going on.
Oh, there's that. Yeah, this thing's up.
That's not even a $20 clock.
But I mean, it's a good clock. It don't ever break.
Don't say it's fallen off the wall 3 times now. So
We're gonna get the fixed stuff.
Or I'll, oh, you know what? I have a little picture easel. I wonder if I can put it up on the rail right there. I don't necessarily need to see it because I have that clock on, and I usually have a watch on. I'm just waiting for Mr. Grady to pop back out. It's a cute clock.
Yeah. We'll get it figured out.
Or I have a mantle clock I was gonna bring in, but the wood on it doesn't match the wood in here.
Oh,
And I didn't want it to start looking like a swap meet in here with mismatched things. And we started talking, who was I talking to yesterday? Heather, about a Christmas tree. I think we need a Christmas tree in the lobby. We have enough room for it.
when decorates, right?
I know. But I think we should have the big old 10-foot inflatable tree out here on the second floor.
Yeah. Inflatable.
Unless you want to drag a real tree or you
real
want to
one,
assemble an artificial tree. I have my little sad inflatable back here. It's like 4 feet tall. It's cute. It's just a little loud.
You know, we've been married 37 years, December 1st, and the only fight we ever have is once a year, and it's for that stupid Christmas tree.
Are you serious?
And now, because we have a basement that we have so much room, we have a tree. And I don't do anything. I'll help her put it up because it's I even went out and got the ones that have the lights already on them. No more real stuff.
But now she has little helpers, so you can stay out of
Yeah,
it.
oh yeah, because Genevieve will come over and spend the night and she'll help with the tree. She likes that.
I was telling Heather, when I was a kid, my grandfather would go out and they would always have Douglas firs, one in the front for the local grandkids and one in the back for the out-of-state grandkids. And we decorated what we could reach. And we always fell asleep. We come out the next morning, my grandfather had covered it in that angel hair, which I don't think you can use anymore. But it was not the same tree that we'd gone to bed. And I still have some of their glass ornaments at my house. Now I don't use them. I don't put them up, but I just remember like the week before Christmas, that was the big thing. Spend the night at their house, decorate the tree, get to hang the ice.
Good morning, Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning.
Hi, your client is here. Ashley, do you need to speak with her?
No, we've spoken. We're ready when the court is ready for us.
Thank you.
She'll start shopping in June. She has a storage room that she puts this stuff in. So every first of, right for it.
Mr. McGrady, had you already spoken with the prosecutor or were you ready with Mr. Patterson?
I have spoken with the prosecutor, and if I could have a brief breakout room with Mr. Larry Patterson.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So every year since the grandkids been born, she'll pull all this stuff out. I help her get it out. She says the exact same thing.
I'm not doing this again.
I gotta stop this. I gotta stop. Because these kids are get like 20 dresses.
When they were younger, it was different, but now the youngest is 14. And so he doesn't want anything from us. He just wants money.
Yeah, it's hard.
But it used to be, I started probably Halloweenish and our guest bed would be covered, not for just, for all the kids in our life and the toys we were donating. And I would just buy them when I had like a 30% off at Kohl's, or if I saw like buy one, get two at Walgreens or something like that. And Kevin was always like, and then a friend of ours she ran a domestic violence shelter and she did coats. And so I would see coats on sale and I would start buying them as soon as I saw them. So there'd be stacks and stacks of coats. So you have to do something, it's not like we don't do anything else. We're not fancy, spendy people. So I like doing it. And everybody got new collars every year. So dog and two cats, everybody got matching collars for Christmas. That's what crazy people do.
Yeah.
And it's 9:49 and we're still not going. 8:49 and we're still not going. No.
What time was it?
8:30. Pravanchi was here at 8:10 when I came upstairs and logged on. And we have 3 prosecutors. It's fine. I'm here. I'm ready. The people are here. They're ready. The little P people are here. They're ready. No, we don't have all day. Don't say. Officer Brooks.
That's
Mary
funny.
Ann, come get your friend.
It's all yours.
No. This darn Brooks. Was Mr. Sullivan ready with his client?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan, I'm sorry, you should have said, Judge, stop and call the case, please. Who's your client, sir?
That's not a problem, Judge. Good morning, Ashley DeRosset.
It is a problem. Always interrupt me because I'm just talking to Brooks and he and I have all day to do this with each other. This is 220712FY. This is State of Michigan versus Ashley DeRosset. May I have your appearances, please?
I'm right here. Sorry,
State
I don't
your
know.
name, dear.
Ashley
worries.
Drossett.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski appearing on behalf of the people, P84448.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service, Andrew Sullivan, P84261, here representing Ashley DeRosset. We're here appearing by Zoom and have no objection to appearing by Zoom.
I'm muted right now.
Thank you.
You're not muted. Go ahead.
Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Sullivan, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Judge, we have paper discovery, but not yet digital discovery. So we're requesting digital discovery be sent as soon as possible. I'm comfortable scheduling the case for a preliminary exam, assuming that will be that I'll have that very soon. And then also requesting permission to be heard on bond today.
Mr. Kowinski, would you give me your P number again, please, sir?
Sure. P number is P84448.
Thank you, sir. That exam date, Mary Ann?
December 28th at 1 o'clock.
Mr. Sullivan, I'll caution you the way I always caution people. The court is happy to schedule exams as you demand, but when discovery is not complete at the time you requested, we will not adjourn this exam because discovery has not been completed. Understood?
Understood. Yes.
Thank you. You wanted to be heard on bond. I see bond is 10,000 personal.
That's correct, Judge. Mr. Rossett is also on a GPS tether with the additional restriction that she's on house arrest. We're just requesting, Mr. Rossett is reasonably saying she's okay with the GPS tether, but the house arrest condition is preventing her from going out and getting a job. She has a 10-month-old child that she wants to be providing for. She wants, she had an interview, I think last Monday, that she missed because of her custody status, but she has plans to really apply everywhere. She's going to apply at Wendy's and McDonald's. She wants a job. She wants to be able to provide for her child, but obviously she can't do that while she's on house arrest. So we're requesting that the house arrest condition be lifted. Certainly there'll be no contact with a complaining witness. And the GPS tether, there's no objection to that. But just requesting that the house arrest be lifted.
Mr. Kowinski?
Your Honor, after conferring with Ms. Bryn Bailey, we've decided that the issue of the bond would be best left up to your discretion, however you see fit based on the circumstances of this case.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sullivan, I see that this was an out-county arraignment and it's GPS tether house arrest, except for medical appointments. Are you looking to have that amended to indicate for employment purposes?
Yes, if the house arrest condition could be stricken altogether just to eliminate any confusion. I mean, Mr. Rossett is going to be out of the home working. She's also going to be out of the home to pick up her child. She shares custody with the child's father. Grocery shopping, there are a number of things that people need to leave their home for. I don't think that the house arrest condition is necessary And so we're requesting that the house arrest condition be stricken altogether while the GPS tether remains.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. The court will remove that condition. I'm looking at the criminal history, and this appears to be the only thing on her criminal history, although she is young. There's no criminal history in this matter. I am not sure what happened at the time of the arraignment that would have been a condition. Mr. Ross, that the rest of your conditions remain in place, including and specifically no contact with the complainant in this case, that being Ms. Linda Jo Johnson. If this court receives information, allegations, police reports that you've done something to violate the terms of your probation, I'm sorry, your bond, it could be viewed as a violation of the bond, and you can spend the entirety of these proceedings in custody. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, I will get this file over to the clerk so they can put that amended condition in place for your client. Again, the exam is set for December 28, 2022 at 1 p.m. live. Live means in person, ma'am, here at the 34th District Court in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Mr. Kowinski?
You said the 28th, that
You're
one?
muted, sir.
No, Your Honor, that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Sullivan?
Nothing additional, Judge. Mr. Ross, I'll be calling you. You can log off.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day, ma'am. This is 220732 FY State of Michigan versus Larry Patterson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski appearing on behalf of the people and P84448.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMott Grady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. Larry Patterson, who joins us from the Wayne County Jail. Mr. Patterson, please state your name.
Larry Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Today's the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. DeMott, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, APA Bailey stated that they did send discovery. I'm waiting for that to be uploaded, so I can't make a representation as to whether I have everything. I've not gotten to review it. It's not in his file. So I guess we're requesting an examination date, but I did just hear what the court said about outstanding discovery. So I would also like to address bond.
Ms. DeMott Grady, if you want to demand the exam, it's fine. My date is December 28th, but I only have about 7 or 8 exam slots, and that's why I'm just reluctant to give them out, but I'm happy to give you the date. So if you want to demand the exam, I'll give it, Marianne will give us a time.
So, Your Honor, can we address bond
first? Okay.
You mind?
Absolutely, that's fine.
Okay,
Bond
so
in this matter, I'm showing as 50,000, 10%.
Yes. And
Okay.
Your Honor, at this point, Mr. Patterson, he's 51 years old. This is his first case. He has no prior misdemeanors or felonies. I did confer with the prosecutor who looked at the CCH and confirmed that information. Understand that, there's a no contact order. I believe it happened at his sister's house, or alleged to have happened. I have spoken with his brother, Charles Patterson, who lives in Westland, who said that Mr. Larry Patterson can come and stay with him during the pendency of this case.
I just need, ma'am, if you would just raise your voice for me, please. I know there's background going on. I just can't. You talk to his brother and.
I think, yep, the Moto device. So I spoke with his brother, Charles Patterson, who indicated that Mr. Larry Patterson can come stay with him, not return to the address where he'd been living, which was his sister's house, which is the location of this alleged incident. We have a 51-year-old man who is, he's single. He had held a job for 17 years at U-Haul. $1,000, 10% bond is not, it's not affordable for him. And we're at this point, we're asking for a personal bond with a GPS tether, and the no contact orders remain in place.
Mr. Kowinski?
Yes, Your Honor. So based on the nature of the alleged offense here, it's very hard for us to take a position on the bond, even though it's supposedly his first felony. It's still a very tough position for us, and also after conferring with my esteemed co-counsel, Ms. Bryn Bailey, we do feel that it would be best if this was decided in best left to your discretion.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. McGrady?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm looking at the application for the petition for court-appointed attorney, and at the time, Mr. Patterson refused to give his employment information, length of employment, wages, and that kind of thing. And I think
Judge,
that may have.
If I may, sorry, I did say he had worked at U-Haul. He has left that job, but for 17 years he was there.
Is he employed right now?
My understanding is that he's been kind of more odd jobs since leaving U-Haul.
Thank you, Mr. DeMont respectfully, I'm looking at his criminal history, and you're accurate, this is the first thing that appears. But when the first thing that appears is an allegation of felonious assault and felony firearm, the court has some concerns about the public safety aspect of it. Will deny your request to amend bond in this matter. And that takes us back to the December, I'm sorry.
Will the court order a DSU report, please?
Absolutely.
Mr. Patterson has already been in custody for 17 days. And I heard the court say that the next exam date is December 28th. I guess I would ask for a sooner exam date, given his in custody status and the court's denial of the bond motion.
Mr. McGrady, I don't have an earlier date is the problem. I have exams today and then the 23rd and then not again until the 28th. This courthouse only has one Wayne County prosecutor, one day a week. I don't know of anything earlier. I don't know if we could. I don't know if there are dates available sooner. So respectfully, I mean, I'll give you the referrals for to pretrial services for bond review, but I can't make a date where it doesn't exist.
Understood, Your Honor. Then we'll take the 28th date. And I guess I'm just concerned that, the purpose of bond, he might as well be at remand status at this point.
It may as well be
at remand status, right? For somebody who's 51 years old and this is their first arrest. So the purpose of bond, right, to protect the community, a flight risk, right? Mr. Patterson he was born and grew up in this area. His whole family's here. There's nothing to suggest he's a flight risk. And I believe that with a GPS tether, if the court wanted to set house arrest conditions, that's, could do. But to make Mr. Patterson wait in jail till December 28th when he was arrested on October 31st, having no criminal history, I don't believe that that's the purpose of bond. Just because he doesn't have $5,000.
Mr. Kowinski.
Your Honor, I'm still looking at the severity of the offense. I mean, felonious assault, this is still an offense that poses, a threat to public safety. And even if it is his first time, it still doesn't change the fact that this is still a very, it's a dangerous offense. It's one that, definitely raises the issue of threat to public safety. And, and for the victims too, it poses a huge threat to their safety. And in all honesty, our position would be you.
Thank you. Mr. McGrady, for right now, this court has again referred the matter to pretrial services for bond review. The exam date is December the 28th. At what time, Marianne?
1:30.
At 1:30 live here in number one. But what I have done is I'm trying to see if there's an earlier date available. Mr. Patterson can, for right now, that will be the date and the time, and the county can give us the next in custody. But Mr. McGrady, if you could stay on with us for just a moment. I've asked Mary Ann to check to see if there's possibly an earlier date that we might use.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, good morning. Okay, your name is? Carly, you're observing from where? Wayne State, first year, second year? You don't have to sit that far back. If you want to see and hear. Mary Ann?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. McGrady, if Mary Ann has your phone number, or do you have something else with us this morning?
Yes, I have two more matters.
Okay, we're working on it. So
Thank
as
you.
soon as we get an answer, I'll let you know. What's ready now?
Lauren Sharp is ready, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm also ready on stalling.
Your Honor, ma'am, excuse me, is Larry Patterson all set?
He is. Thank you, sir.
Have a blessed
Pat-
day and thank you.
Mr. Patterson,
too.
I'll come see you in the Wayne County Jail today.
Okay.
This is 220734 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Stalling. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. APA Larry King for the people, P 78774.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMontgrady, P 83667. On behalf of Mr. Tiante Stalling, who joins us via Zoom. Mr. Stalling, please state your name.
Good morning, Tiante Stalling.
Thank you. Mr. Stalling, take your cap off for me, please. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. McGrady, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've received paper discovery. I'm requesting digital discovery. And given that I don't have that, I would request an adjourned PCC.
1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, ma'am.
I would ask the prosecutor.
I'm standing in for the prosecutor of record on this case today, who is Sona Masisian. Her notes indicate to me that discovery was sent to the general NDS discovery email. Was that just the paper, or did that also
Correct.
not? Okay.
It was just paper.
So
That's
I'll
2
need to
weeks, Judge.
I'll need to confer with her regarding the discovery matter. So I'll leave it to Mr. Grady and the court how many weeks they would like to adjourn this.
Thank you. Judge, if we may do 2 weeks, please.
2 weeks puts us on November 30th.
At 9:30?
That Judge Green?
Judge Oakley?
Oh, Judge Oakley, thank you. November 30th, 9:30 a.m. with Judge Oakley in number 2. That would be a live PCC.
You said live PCC? You want? Okay.
It's Judge Oakley, that's his docket. If you don't wish to appear live, you need to submit a request to him to appear virtually.
I'll let Ms. Masisi know.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. King?
Nothing for the people.
Anything else,
Nothing.
Mr. McGrady?
Nothing from defense. Thank you.
Thank you.
My last case is Maurice Norwood.
Not quite yet. Mr. Phelps is scheduled earlier. These are 220721 FY and 220722 FY. State of Michigan versus Carl Phelps III. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
What happened to Mr. Schaff? Mr. Schaff? Mr. Schaff? Last call for Attorney Brian Schaff in the Phelps matter.
Speaking, Brian Schaff on behalf of Mr. Phelps.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PC. I'm sorry, Mr. Phelps, unmute yourself and state your name for me. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Schaaf, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, my client has agreed to waive his rights to exam. I've explained them to him, and we're asking the matter to be bound over to circuit court.
Thank you. Mr. Phelps, are you able to unmute yourself, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
State
Judge.
your name for me.
My name is Carl Londa Phelps III, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You were able to hear your attorney just now?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you
Yes, Your
understand
Honor,
that
I'm
you have,
sorry.
you're fine. Sir, you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the people would have to show that both the crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime?
Yes, ma'am.
And knowing that, sir, you wish to waive your right to that examination,
Yes, ma'am.
and you do so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive this exam?
No, ma'am. No, Your Honor.
Is there any objection from the people?
Sorry, no, there's no objection.
Thank you. Inasmuch as Mr. Schaaf and Mr. Phelps appear virtually, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Mr. Schaaf, do you approve of the court signing your name and your client's name to the waiver?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Phelps, the court will now sign the waiver.
Yes,
On
ma'am.
behalf of yourself and your attorney in both of these files, your cases will be bound over for arraignment on the information to the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your arraignment date will be November 30th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Your previously entered bond with all of its conditions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Phelps, that concludes this matter. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you,
Have a
Your
wonderful
Honor.
day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Take care.
Thank you.
Mr. McGrady, the name of your last file?
Maurice Norwood.
This is 220737 FY, State of Michigan versus Maurice Lamont Norwood. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski appearing on behalf of the people, P84448.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMont Grady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. Maurice Norwood, who joins us via Zoom. Mr. Norwood, please state your name.
Maurice Norwood Jr.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. McGrady, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I do not yet have any of Mr. Norwood's discovery in his file. The people may have sent it at the end of the day yesterday. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We have sent the discovery.
And if I could inquire if that's paper and digital?
Yes.
I would still ask for an adjourned PCC just so I can review it to make sure that nothing is missing before we set an exam.
No objections to that.
1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Let's do 11, maybe just 1 week, please.
That's back with me. Adjourn PCC 11/23/2022 at
9:30.
At 9:30 a.m. That's on Zoom. Mr. Norwood, same meeting ID number. Anything else? Mr. Kowinski?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. McGrady?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have a conflict next week. Let's just do can we do the 30th, just both cases with the stalling case? I apologize.
No worries. 11:30.
And that's with Judge Oakley?
That's
At
with Judge
9:30.
Oakley.
I'm sorry, at
I'm sorry,
9:30.
Mary Ann.
9:30.
At 9:30.
Thank you.
November 30th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. in number 2 with Judge Oakley. That would be a live PCC. Thank you. Mr. Norwood, have a good day. Good luck to you, sir.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 210907 SD. This is State of Michigan versus Lawrence Sharp. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Sharp.
State your name, Mr. Sharp.
Lawrence Levi Sharp III.
Thank you. Today, there's a warrant on this file for Mr. Sharp's failure to appear previously. The court will recall that warrant. The matter is scheduled this morning for, it says arraignment pretrial, but he was already arraigned for pretrial. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding this morning?
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, we're asking for a pretrial at a later date. I've talked to the prosecutor. They have requested discovery from Michigan State Police. They have not yet received it, so if we can go out a few weeks, I'd appreciate it. They'll get it to me as soon as they can.
Two weeks, 3 weeks?
You know, Judge, I'm the House counsel for the state docket on December 21st. If that's okay with the court, I'd like to set it for that day.
December 21st.
Give me 1 second to find the time, please. Nine o'clock?
That works.
December 21st at 9 a.m. with Judge Green. Anything else, Ms. Bailey? You're muted, but I take that as a no. Anything else, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. It was a no. I apologize.
Mr. Sharp, we're all set, sir. See you back here on December 21st with Judge Green.
Thank
Hey,
you. Have a good
sorry for
day.
the interruption. This is APA King. I need to get switch devices, so I'm going to be logging off briefly. I'll be back on a different device in about 5 minutes.
Thank you. This is 220717 FY, State of Michigan versus Madison McCune. Oh, of course I called Mr. King's case. As soon as he gets logged back on, Mr. Martin, I'll get this case called.
Thank you, Judge.
But are you ready on bias?
Yes.
This is 220279 FY, State of Michigan versus Amanda Bias. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski appearing on behalf of the people, P84448.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Ms. Amanda Bias. Ms. Bias, can you please state your name?
Amanda Bias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today's the day time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I would like to set this for an exam. I have received discovery in the matter.
Discovery is complete, sir?
To the best
For
of my
exam
knowledge.
purposes? Okay.
Yes.
That live exam date will be December 28th.
At 2 o'clock, Judge.
Ugh. At 2 p.m. live hearing number 1.
Thank you. Is that with you, Judge Martin?
That's back with me in courtroom number 1. In person, Ms. McCune McClure. Anything else, Mr. Kowinski?
So that was for Ms. Bias, correct?
I'm sorry, Ms. Bias.
Yes.
Ms. Bias?
Yes.
Live here in the courthouse on December 28th at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all
Nothing for
set,
the
ma'am. You're
people.
free to go.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I know we're waiting on Mr. King for Ms. McCune McClure. I also have a Matthew Smith who says he's in the waiting room. Not sure who the APA in his case is.
Mr. Smith is actually in the clerk's meeting room. They're verifying his information. As soon as they're done with him, they'll put him back in with us.
I see. I understand.
But then I saw somebody else. I lost track of them that fast. Ms. Lawson?
Hi.
Hi,
Sorry.
your attorney's here. Let me get your case called.
Okay.
I call who I can see, so when the video is off, that 220651 FY, this is State of Michigan versus Shelby Lawson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski on behalf of the people, P84448.
And may it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P64800 on behalf of Ms. Lawson.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Shelby Lawson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter. How are you proceeding?
Your Honor, I do have paper discovery. I just don't know. We don't have any digital. I don't know if there is any digital. That's my only question.
It was all sent on the 10th.
Okay, then all I have is paper is uploaded in our system. Could we get it resent to us?
Sure, that's no problem for us.
Then it depends how if the court would rather us wait to another PCC to make sure we have everything, that's fine. Or if we're scheduling out sometime, we can set an exam, however the court wishes to proceed.
Is not how the court wishes to proceed, is how you wish to proceed. The only caution is that because I only have exam dates on Wednesdays every 5th and 6th week. They're limited, so I will not adjourn an exam because discovery is not complete. So if you want to wait to see what's been uploaded, we can adjourn your PCC. If you want an exam date, I'm happy to give it to you this morning. It's your case how you want to proceed.
Your Honor, then I'd ask for an adjourned PCC to make sure that we have everything we need.
That new date will be 1 week, I'm sorry, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, sir?
If the people believe they can send it today or tomorrow, 1 week should be sufficient.
1 week puts you on November 23rd. That's back with me on Zoom at
9:30.
At 9:30. Anything else on behalf of the people, Mr. Kowinski?
Nothing from the people at this moment, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Lawson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Back on Zoom next week, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Still waiting for I haven't seen Mr. King pop back on. You're welcome, sir. I'm stepping off for just 1 or 2 minutes. Don't go far.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Mott Grady.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know where he was trespassing?
Mr. Kowinski, good.
You're honest.
I'll step out.
Yeah.
Mr. Kowinski, do you need your own room? Does somebody need to open up a space for you?
Yeah, I'm going to a different room right now, so
Okay.
give me 1 second.
I want to recall Mr. Patterson, 220732FY, State of Michigan versus Larry Patterson. He's not here, and Mr. McGrady, if you're okay with me proceeding without him,
Yes, Your Honor. I'd ask to waive his presence.
thank you. I'm reconsidering your request for bond, and I would like to amend the bond. I'll grant your motion to amend the bond.
Thank you, Judge.
And take his bond to 5,000, 10% with a GPS tether. No contact with the victim's remains in place, and he's not to return to the clock tower address. You indicated that he has someplace else to be.
Yes, I've spoken with his brother, Mr. Charles Patterson, who lives in Romulus. Excuse me.
No,
West-
Westland.
Yes,
Do you have that Westland address?
I do. Could I put it into the chat?
Would you please?
Yes.
And Mr. Kowinski, respectfully, the court had the opportunity to take a closer look at the information in the file. And based on the fact that Mr. Patterson does seem to have family support as evidenced by him having a location to be released to, even without the employment information. Mr. McGrady is accurate in her recitation as to the purposes of bond, and this court understands that a person looking at Mr. Patterson's age and this being his first criminal or felony offense, even though it's quite the doozy, again, those are just allegations. So, Mr. McGrady, thank you for your advocacy on behalf of your client. Unless there was something else, I'll remove the referral to DSU and we'll leave the exam as is, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor. And if there's nothing available sooner, I'm still concerned about him making the 5,000, 10%. Perhaps could we set a bond hearing maybe on the 30th?
The 30th, that would be with somebody else. If we leave the exam date in place, the case will travel with me.
Okay, I guess
And
I'm
we-
just concerned if he's not able to make it, that I would just like an opportunity, like I'm gonna go visit him this morning to see if we can work something out and see if I can get him referred to a bond fund that will post. But with the bail project not working in Wayne County anymore, there's very limited options.
Oh, well, ma'am, where we are is I'm trying to maybe use a slot on somebody else's day, which is not, I can't get an instant response. So
Yes.
if you want to file a motion for a bond hearing, or if after you talk to him, if you want to get back on, I'm still sitting next Wednesday on state cases, and we
Okay.
could do it then, but reach out to Mary Ann and let her know. And if we have space available somewhere before the 28th, of course, we'll be in communication with your office and the prosecutor's office.
Thank you. I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Brush, were you ready with something?
Yes, I'm ready on Sheree Motto.
What happened to Mr. King so we could get Ms. McCune McClure? I think he was just switching devices. I don't know. Somebody want to reach out to him and figure out how he disappeared? This is 220675FY. This is State of Michigan versus Motto. May I have your appearances, please?
Peter Kowinski appearing on People P84448.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Summers Brush, P number 85828, appearing on behalf of Sheree Motto, who's via Zoom.
Motto, state your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Sheree Motto.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Brush, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have received all the discoveries, are ready to set this for exam.
That exam date will be,
December 28th at 2:30.
Your Honor, I'm actually be out next.
you're breaking up, Ms. Brush. I heard, is it that you're unavailable on the 28th?
Yes, I apologize.
It will, no worries. It'll be January 4th.
Thank you.
Your Honor, what, January 4th, do we have a time?
11:30.
Do we know who the judge will be?
It will be me. When, whatever judge sets the exam is, it will be back with them. So
Okay.
January 4th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m. live here in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Anything else? Mr. Kowinski?
Nothing from the people at this moment, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Brush?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Motto, I'll see you here on January 4th, ma'am. Have a good day.
You too, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 220629 ST. This is State of Michigan versus Kristen Del Sasso.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Del Sasso. I'm standing in for Attorney Josh Hadley. Ms. Del Sasso, that's with your consent, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, state your name for me.
Kristen Julia Del Sasso.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, last time Mr. Hadley was here, he requested discovery from the prosecutor. I know Ms. Bailey has requested that discovery from the police agency in charge of this case. It has still not been provided. We can't proceed on this case without discovery and building a defense for my client. We're asking the court to dismiss the matter.
Ms. Bailey?
Your Honor, so I'm sorry, I just checked again and I would have informed Mr. Batar. They did upload the paper and just never told me. I can send it over to Mr. Hadley now. And if we want to set it out, I do apologize, Mr. Batar. I did not.
No worries. That's
Respond
understandable.
to me.
No, that's fine. Yeah, Judge,
but
can
I
we
do
just do
have
a
it.
pre-trial then at a later date for Mr. Hadley?
How far out do you want to go, Mr. Batar?
Let's do a couple of weeks, not Judge Oakley's docket though.
A couple of weeks, not Judge Oakley's docket, puts us on December 14th.
That's fine, Judge. And is that, what judge is that, Judge?
It'll be Judge Green. Let's get a time for Mary Ann.
9:10.
That works.
9:10 on Zoom on December 14th with Judge Green. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor. Ms. Del Sasso, I'm sorry about the confusion. Mr. Hadley will reach out to you once he gets a copy of the police report to explain it to you, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Have a good day. Good luck to you, ma'am. Would
Thank
somebody
you.
find out what happened to Mr. King, please?
I have emailed him, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 194875 and 183633 FY. These are both State of Michigan versus Sandra Dale Cox. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Shand on behalf of Sandra Cox, who is sitting with me in my office. Sandra, can you please state your name for the record?
Sandra Cox.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Shand, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we are going to waive the preliminary examination. Ms. Bailey was wonderful in trying to work out a resolution with Mr. Bresnahan. What we were trying to do is not going to be possible from the district court level. So we would waive the preliminary examination and proceed to circuit court.
Thank you. Ms. Cox, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this matter where the people would have to prove that both a
Yes.
crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing that you wish to waive your right to have that examination,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you're doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive your examination?
No.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Shannon, as much as you and Ms. Cox appear virtually, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize this court to execute the waiver on behalf of yourself and your client?
Please, Your Honor.
Ms. Cox, the court is signing the waiver forms. The next step in these proceedings is an arraignment on the information, which will be on November 30th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Your previously entered bond with any conditions in both matters will be continued. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Bryn,
No, Your Honor, nothing else.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Cox?
no, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Good luck to you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I did hear back from Mr. King. He has 9 matters in front of 6 different judges at the circuit court, all of which are in person. He said that he can zoom back in as soon as he can. If it's not substantive, like we're just adjourning the PCC, I can stand in if the court is okay, or if you would prefer to wait for Mr. King to be able to return back. He did not give me an estimation as to when that was going to be able to be.
And Your Honor, on Mr. King's case for Ms. McCune-McClure, we have received discovery, so we were going to set that for an exam today.
Give me a moment to finish making some notes in another file. I'll call the case in just 1 second.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience this morning, sir.
Of course.
And to your client.
Thank you, Your
This is 220717 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Madison McCune-McClure.
Mr. King is back with you, Judge.
Oh,
Briefly, I will say I'm here in person in Third Circuit, and as soon as Judge Hathaway takes the bench, I'll have to leave. But until then, I'm here.
Mr. King, we'll try to make it quick. I have your appearances from Mr. Martin and the defendant. This is the PCC. How are we proceeding, Mr. Martin?
Your Honor, we have received digital and paper discovery, and we would like to set this for an exam.
Because this is a special, we don't have to do it on a, oh, Mr. King, do you have Miss
I have
Ms.
some.
Vivian's schedule?
Yes, I have Mr. Cician's schedule. Could you tell me what case we're talking about?
We're talking about McCune-McClure, 220717.
Apologies, on the record at Third Circuit. I'll be back.
Yes. Mr. Martin, we'll try to coordinate a date. I don't want to put it on the 28th or heaven forbid into January. If we can get something earlier, we
See your
can
daughter.
try to
And-
coordinate
and
with the specials.
grandkids? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shan, did you need something else?
Muted himself. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I hope we can get that set for a date soon.
Sorry, if you can hang around, as soon as he pops back on, we'll get the case recalled. I don't know if you want your client to hang on too, or what do you want to do? It doesn't matter to me if you want to talk to Ms. McCune-McClure until Mr. King pops back.
Ms. McCune-McClure, you don't have to stay unless you'd just like to be here to confirm the date of the hearing. Otherwise, I can just let you know when that hearing will be.
I just had a few questions like regarding like if some things I could probably ask you about it.
Yeah, I'll call you later today.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As soon as Mr. You're welcome, ma'am. As soon as Mr. Barnett comes back, oh, wonderful. 220679 SM State of Michigan versus Charles Lamont Barnett. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Barnett, Your Honor. He's present on Zoom from work.
Mr. Barnett, state your name for me, please, sir.
You have to
You're
unmute
muted.
yourself, Mr. Barnett.
Charles Lamont Barnett.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial. This case was actually scheduled at 9 o'clock. It's now 9:40 by the court's clock. The indication in the file is that the complainant in this case, Ms. Kiara McGowan, was to appear. Has Ms. McGowan appeared this morning?
Your Honor, I have not seen her at all in the court's Zoom, nor has anyone, to my knowledge, appeared physically in the courthouse at this time. The people are unable to proceed.
Defense moves to dismiss, Your Honor.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted. Mr. Barnett, that concludes this matter for this morning. Go back to work, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. Judge,
Thank
we're
you,
also waiting on Matthew Smith.
These are 20VB01950SM. Hold on one second.
And I should clarify, I think it's
And
Matthew
210693FY. I'm sorry.
They are two separate Matthews. They are
Judge,
two
it's
separate Matthews.
Matthew Sterling Smith, the Van Buren case.
Ugh.
My
Why are they
apologies.
stuck together like they're the same case? 20VB01950SM, State of Michigan versus Matthew Sterling Smith. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Matthew Sterling Smith. Mr. Smith, can you state your name for the judge, please?
Matthew Sterling Smith.
Thank you. There is a warrant on the front of the file from Mr. Smith's failure to appear. Looks like back on May the 19th, 2021 on my docket. That warrant recalls Mr. Batar. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, at this time, the people
this
are
is one of
moving to
the
dismiss.
tickets.
You both can't talk at the same time.
Apologize.
Judge, I'm sorry, Miss Bailey, I think was going to make a motion to dismiss. This is one of those tickets from the beginning of the pandemic. Is that correct, Miss Bailey?
That is correct, Ms. Batar.
Any objection, Mr. Batar?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. This case is dismissed. Mr. Smith, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day. Go back to work.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Shand, I see your note. This is a recall of 194875FD and 183633FY.
Thank you, Your Honor. My client needs permission to travel to Tennessee for Thanksgiving to see her daughter and her grandkids from the 20th to the 25th. And it just occurred to me the next court date is the 30th, and that's not going to help us. So we need your permission for her to travel out of state for Thanksgiving.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor. How is she traveling there and who is she staying with?
Go ahead.
I'm flying and I'm staying with my daughter and her
Okay.
husband.
So as long as we have proof of a return ticket, the people have no objection, Your Honor.
All right.
And we will send that, Your Honor, to Ms. Bailey.
Court will grant the defense request for the defendant to travel to Tennessee from November 20th through November 25th, 2022. The defense, Mr. Shand, to send proof of the flight, return flight to Ms. Bailey. Ms. Cox, I will caution you that your bond conditions remain in place and binding upon you even as you travel.
Yes, Your
Anything
Honor.
else, Mr. Shand?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Good. What about yourself?
I am doing super. It is a beautiful Wednesday afternoon, morning, still only morning, good grief.
All right then.
Oh, wait. Mr. Martin, you have the other Mr. Matthew Smith?
I do, Mr. Matthew
Oh,
Anthony
see?
Smith.
Thank you. 210693 FY. State of Michigan versus Matthew Anthony Smith. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski on behalf of the people, P84448.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Matthew Anthony Smith. Mr. Smith, can you please state your name?
Matthew Anthony Smith.
Turn your video on, please, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
We have received both digital and paper discovery in this matter, and we're ready to set for exam.
That live exam date will be
December 28th at 2:30.
Thank you.
December 28th at 2:30, live here at the 34th District Court in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people at this moment, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
Nothing further from the defense. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I will see you here in courtroom number 1 on December 28th at 2:30, sir. Have a good
Yes, Your Honor.
afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
This
I guess we're,
is,
go ahead, sorry.
you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I guess we're still waiting on Mr. King to finish with the McCune McClure case. I will have to leave to drive into town to come to court for a matter soon. So I don't know if there's any other prosecutor who could finish the matter on Mr. King's behalf.
Mr. Martin, I was just gonna say to you, I don't know if we have your phone number. If you want to drop it in the chat to Mary Ann or your email address, we can get it scheduled that way. Maybe
That would be
directly
great.
with Miss Moisizian.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I'll do that.
Thank you. This is 155105 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Derek Dawson. May I have your appearance, please?
It's Cedric Dawson.
What did I say, ma'am?
Derek.
I'm just making up names this morning. Cedric Dawson, thank you.
Good morning, Peter Kowinski on behalf of the people, P84448.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P64800 on behalf of Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, please state your name for the record.
Cedric Dawson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding?
I do have paper discovery, and I know that the age of this case, I just have to ask, I assume there is no digital discovery because it's a 2014 case.
So my co-counsel, Ms. Bailey, hasn't received a response in regards to the digital discovery yet.
Then I would ask if we could adjourn this 1 week with my other matters so that we have another week to determine if there is this digital discovery, and then we can work on getting it.
We'll adjourn this matter to November 23rd at
9:45.
At 9:45, back here with me by Zoom. Mr. Dawson, back here in the same Zoom room next Wednesday morning at 9:45, okay?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Kowinski?
No, nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Dawson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. You're all set, Mr. Dawson. You can log off.
Ms. Dennis, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, ma'am?
Great.
This is 220736 FY. This is State of Michigan versus, oh, he's not here. Okay. Mr. Parker, Mr. King is here from Ms. Moisizian. He has some things downtown, so he's popping in and out.
Did you want me to handle something, Your Honor?
Your James Lyle case.
Okay, I'm ready on
I was
that.
letting you know, no, I was letting you know that the prosecutor is in, I think he's in Frank Murphy, so he's popping back and forth. Were you
All right.
looking, did you need to talk to him this morning?
Yes. Who is the prosecutor, may I ask? I know you just mentioned the name. I wasn't listening.
Larry King. Larry
Oh,
King
Larry
is sitting-
King.
is standing
Okay.
in for Ms. Moisizian.
Okay, but he's just standing in,
Correct.
right? I do need some, I have paper discovery, but I don't have digital yet, I believe. So that it would be my only request at this point in time.
Ms. Bailey, are you or Mr. Kowinski able to stand in for the purposes of adjourning this matter for discovery to be sent to Mr. Parker? Or would you rather me wait for Mr. King?
No, Your Honor, for an adjournment for discovery, I can handle.
This is 220736 FY. This is State of Michigan versus James Bryant Lyle. May I have your appearances now?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
Good morning. NDS Detroit by James Parker on behalf of my client, Mr. Lyle, P53832.
Mr. Lyle, turn your video, audio on. State your name for the record, please.
James Lyle.
Thank you. Mr. Parker, we had started to have a conversation that you are requesting discovery and we'll adjourn this matter.
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
How long of an adjournment?
I think they should have it within a couple of weeks.
1 week,
Your
2
Honor,
weeks, 3 weeks.
I actually did do a search, and I have been able to find the digital discovery. I can send it over to Mr. Parker right now. Although I do believe another PCC to make sure that we have a good date for Ms. Moisizian's schedule would be beneficial.
That'll be fine.
1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
3 weeks would be fine, Your Honor.
3 weeks puts us on 1, 2, 3, December 7th.
That might be a bad date. I'll take the 2 weeks. 2 weeks will
2
be,
weeks puts us on November 30th.
yuck. Ooh,
December 14th.
that'll be perfect. Sorry about that.
December 14th. No, no worries. December 14th, 2022 at.
I'm sorry, Judge, give me 1 second.
Yes, ma'am. Who's in there?
At 9:30?
That'll be fine.
December 14th at 9:30 in number 3 with Judge Green.
That'll be perfect.
Thank you. Mr. Lyle, we're all set, sir. December 14th with Judge Green.
Okay, and it'll be on Zoom or in
It will
person?
be on Zoom, sir.
Be on
Okay.
Zoom.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My sincere apologies to the court as the
No,
court.
Mr. King, I understand life happens. We released Mr. Martin. We'll try to schedule directly with Ms. Moisizian on the McCune McClure matter.
Okay, and that was which defense attorney? I apologize.
Mr. Martin from NDS.
Okay, the other matter I think I have is Lyle.
We just did that. We are adjourning it to December 14th. Discovery, Mr. Parker appeared and is requesting discovery.
Okay. It was sent to the general email. All right, thank you.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. So
Ms. Dennis.
McCurran is going to be set at a later time?
We're scheduling the exam. It won't be on a Wednesday, and we needed the schedule of either Mr. King or Ms. Moisizian to get it scheduled. Mr. Martin had to disconnect to go somewhere else, but we'll get that scheduled hopefully before we end today. I know Ms. Moisizian is not available, but we'll try to get it worked out so we can get it. get the
Okay, I'll
information
be in a
out
little
there.
later, so, because I was gonna
Okay.
call the victims back. I know they were on Zoom,
Okay,
so I'll be in a couple hours, and I'll ask you
Thank you,
guys
ma'am.
then before I leave later on this evening, or later on today.
okay. Sounds
Okay,
good.
thanks. Oh, did
Thank
we
you.
do Green, Randy Green?
He did not appear.
Okay,
Oh,
Your
no,
Honor, I'll
wait. No. He's in Mr. Patar's waiting room, meeting room.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll wait to see what happened on that before I leave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you, sir.
Bryn, when you get a chance, can I see you in your breakout room, please? Peter, can I see you in the breakout room?
I'm sorry. Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Tar wants me in the breakout room. Yep. Actually, he might have been asking about you first.
Mr. Kowinski, you should be able to move yourself. You're a co-host to go in with Mr. Batar unless Brent already did. Okay. Okay, Marianne, I see what we're doing wrong.
Well, what are we doing wrong?
There are 10 exams scheduled in a 2.5-hour period. We're scheduling wrong.
For what?
I'm looking at when the 30th. Yes, we should schedule differently. I'm looking for some space. So I was looking for an opening to. Yeah. Or schedule exams every 15 minutes versus half hour. Because we might be able to get some time on the 14th at maybe 2.
Judge, we're ready on Green and
Excuse me.
McCracken.
Yep, I'm pulling it right now, Mr. Batar. This is 220733 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Randy James Green. May I have your appearance, please?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Green, Your Honor.
Mr. Green, state your name for the record, sir.
Randy James Green, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge, I've had a chance to talk to APA Bryn Bailey. She is willing to dismiss the misdemeanor if the court is willing to accept a responsible plea to double parking with a stipulated fine of $200.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Green, raise your right hand for me, sir. Sir, do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had a chance to speak to Mr. Bitar regarding the charges against you and the penalties you face.
Yes, Your Honor.
It is your understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of responsible to an added count of double parking,
Yes, Your Honor.
and the misdemeanor will be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you plea responsible.
No, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on November 1st, 2022 in Huron Township, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey?
I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr.
Can I-
Green, the court accepts your,
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
you're fine. The court accepts your plea of responsible to double parking. The misdemeanor is dismissed. The fine will be imposed, the $200 fine will be imposed, or do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, Your Honor, if possible.
How much time do you need, sir?
Like 2 weeks.
14 days to pay. You can pay online, you can pay in person, or you can mail it to the courthouse. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bitar?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Green, you owe the court $150 on another unrelated matter, okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I know. I'm gonna take care of it.
Thank you. We're all set, Mr. Green. Have a good day.
Can I ask you, Your Honor, something? There's a bond for my sister's name. Will she get that back? I just wanted to ask. I'm sorry.
A bond in this case, the bond can be applied to your, thank you. The bond can be applied to your fines and the balance released to her.
Yeah, that's fine. She was asking me if she'll get it back. That's all. That's fine. Yes.
So we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, so much. We're good?
You're all set, Mr. Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you later,
See you.
ma'am.
Bye.
This is 2207. Nope, it's not. This is 22BL00767 A and B. State of Michigan versus Anthony McCracken.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people.
Daniel Bitar on behalf of Mr. McCracken, Your Honor.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Anthony McCracken.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment, pretrial, and the pre-hearing in these matters. Mr. Bitar, how are we proceeding this morning?
With respect to the arraignment, we'll waive a formal reading, stand mute, Your Honor, and we do have a resolution.
That will be,
My client will plead guilty to open intox dismissal of the speeding ticket.
That is correct.
Mr. McCracken, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss your case this morning with Mr. Bitar, including all penalties.
That is correct.
And after having the opportunity to discuss this case with him, you wish to plead guilty as charged to count 1, open intoxicants in a vehicle.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding that the civil infraction will be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McCracken, is it true that on October 24th, 2022, in the city of Belleville, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you had an open intoxicant in the vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
More specifically, an open 24-ounce Corona beer on the floorboard of the vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McCracken, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the open intoxicants and will dismiss civil infraction as previously discussed. Mr. Bitar, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are imposed?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything you'd like to say, Mr. McCracken?
In regards to this case, I appreciate you you helping me with it. I have 2 kids of my own, and I am a driver for a company driving 2 men in a truck, and I would have lost my job had I gotten full extent. So I really appreciate your helping me out.
Mr. McCracken, I'm not helping you. It's the advocacy that Mr. Bitar did on your behalf. The court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter: $100 fine, $100 in costs, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, I will take care of that today.
Maybe not today, because it takes at least a day for this information to be put into the court system. So if you want to try maybe tomorrow or Friday, you can pay it online, pay it in person, or mail it into the court, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, there's somebody waiting for you, Mr. Bitar. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning. Are we all
I didn't want
set?
anything. I just want, no, we're not all set.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to say good morning.
Oh, well, thank you. Good morning.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Blah, blah.
Or I guess I should say the pleasure is mine, right?
No, you said it right the first time.
Oh, okay.
I think we are done. Our last case. We've already done the 10:15. We had things scheduled at 10 o'clock. They're in with Mr. Bitar, but everything earlier, this court at 10:14 will deem them to be either subject to show cause or bench warrant. Everything else is earlier scheduled. So if you have other things to do.
I do. All right.
For your help this morning.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Miss Bailey, you're usually a lot more chipper in the morning.
Sorry, Your Honor. It's been a long week.
It's only Wednesday.
I know, Your Honor. I unfortunately had to get up at like 5:30 this morning to make my way over to the Frank Murphy. I left something there that I needed for court today.
Ugh.
Bryn, can I see you in your breakout room, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look at Mr. Bitar. Mary Ann. The question is, have we scared Mr. Kowinski off?
I left my house at 5:30 in the morning. I got to the Frank Murphy at.
Thank you.
Yeah. I take 96 to 696 to the.
This is 2S 4132860 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Devontae Taylor. This matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:45. It is now It is now 10:17 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. These are 22L55583 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Shaquanda Hall. These matters are scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:30. It is now 10:17 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, these matters will be set for show cause. Marianne, the only thing I have left are the ones that Mr. Bitar is actively in with, and McCune McClure, which I'm holding on to until we can talk to either Ms. Moisizian or Mr. King in this schedule. Good morning, Ms. Choate.
Good morning.
To what do we have the
I-
pleasure, ma'am?
We had a case, I believe, I was shadowing Jeff Kanucky from NDS today, and I believe he had a case for Cedric Dawson.
Mr. Dawson, yes. We've adjourned it 1 week.
You have? Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. I'll reach out to Mr. Kanucky.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. These are 22BL00775A, B, and C. These are all state of Michigan versus Miguel Lopez. May I have your appearances, please?
Oh, yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Miguel Echeverria.
State your name for me, please.
Miguel Echeverria.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment, pre-trials, and pre-hearings in these matters. Mr. Bitar, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, as to the arraignment, we'll waive a formal reading, stand mute, and we do have a resolution.
And the resolution is?
My client will plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive with a dismissal of the other two charges.
Thank you. Mr. Echeverria, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Mr. Echeverria?
Looks like you froze.
Yeah. Mr. Echeverria, you're able to hear me now, sir?
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand out. You were able to discuss your case this morning with Mr. Bitar, including what you were charged with and all possible penalties.
Oh, yeah, I did have to talk with him.
Thank you. And after having the opportunity to discuss this case with him, sir, you'd like to plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes.
Do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind in this matter?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on October 26, 2022, in the city of Belleville, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, I did.
Satisfied, Ms. Bailey?
I am satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bitar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the no insurance and the registration plate violation civil infractions. Mr. Bitar, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
Judge, I would just add he is getting his license taken care of. He's set to receive back his driving privileges sometime in December, and he's learned a lesson. He will not engage in these activities or behaviors any longer.
Thank you. Sir, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. It's a $200 fine, $100 cost, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $445. Sir, you already have a payment plan on some other matters that you have due to the court. You can put these fines and costs in that same payment plan. It does not look like the court has anyone from the collections department on this morning. So please either call the court's collection department or go online and submit a request for the payment plan to be, this payment plan to be added to your existing payment plan, okay?
Okay, yeah, I will.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, sir. You're all set. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Yeah, you too as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bitar, thank you for your help this morning. That concludes this court's docket until 11 o'clock, which I do not believe that you are with us on. Mr. Kowinski, good to see you this morning.
I was on mute, Your Honor. I
Thank you,
apologize.
Judge. Thank you, Mary Ann. Always good to see everyone. Ms. Bailey, we'll miss you, but I'm sure I'll see you around Frank Murphy and
Oh,
Peter. I
wait,
look forward to.
no, no, no. Wait, stop. You'll miss her. Where's she going?
Your Honor, this is actually my last week as your assigned prosecutor. I was going to tell you when we were done.
I'm sorry I
I'm
ruined the
being-
surprise.
I am being reassigned to one of the SVU units. So either domestic violence, the sexual assault task force, or the child and family abuse unit. I will be making the move on the 28th.
I don't recall signing off on that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll make sure my office is aware.
I don't either, Judge. Bryn, who's your boss?
My current boss is Liz Van Mark and Gary Bresnahan. I'm not sure. I think Trish Gerard or Susie Tawil.
Well, I got no pull with Trish. I have pull with Susie Tawil, but we're gonna miss you. I know.
I'm gonna miss being here. I enjoy appearing and
I
working
guess
with
we'll do our
everybody.
long goodbyes after we do our exams this afternoon, but this court is in recess until 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Batar, the storyteller. Oh my gosh. Mary Ann, did you know about this?
he had the skinny still. Can we get the battery out? Will that come off? Oh, yeah, we'll figure whatever out there, you know. We can do whatever until a new battery right now. See, yeah, where is it going? Right here. Oh, yeah, we got it. Velcro's not. Let me see if I got there. Let's see. We should have made this motherfucker small. Yeah, see, I got the same, I brought the same type of boat. Hey, do you have any double A batteries? We need one. It would be better with one of those like commando strips. That's, you're gonna struggle to stick to rock. So, I mean, you rip this off, we'll put new on, you gotta change the battery. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's usually once a year. Not even really, them things will go a long time. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to use a better tape. Just because of what you're sticking to. Yeah. That's a motherfucker. This part. Yes. That's good though. Yeah. Okay, can you, I'll have you throw it up to me, I'll go out there. Okay. All right, I'll be right here. She had one thing too that kind of stretched us off daylight savings time. Let's get rid of that. We got so much this tape in it, man. 10:55. 10:55. So I always put the 6 right here. 6 right there. Yep. We got it going on. No, you went too far. No, you're right, you're right. Yeah, because it would be closer to the 11. Yep, you're right. Almost on that. Okay, so you want 6. Here's a fun part. Yeah. I use that stuff at home. Yeah, oh yeah, it's, if you're any type of shaky or anything too, it's just not, it's terrible. Cause yeah, I just hung something on my his door, he wanted something on some sign or something, I use that Velcro. It'll stick to whatever, but it wouldn't stick to the door. Yeah. I ended up just doing, the not clear version of this, and it's, I'm gonna rip paint shit off the door, but. Hopefully many years down the road. Oh, I'm gonna be the asshole that's gotta fix it, no doubt about that. I'm gonna have to remember those nights. Now that was easy. Yes, oh, I do this one. So the 6 goes here. No, right on here. Yeah. Right at the bottom one there. Big bada boom. Cool, thank you very much. No problem. This should be great for the government. So I'm not tracking, so you can go drop it, stick my hand in. Yeah, that's, I mean, I've always got that tape on deck. Okay, so even if you moved it with that, where the center of that thing is, we could put a little hole and nail if you wanted, but in the mortar joint, you know, not in the block itself, just in the mortar joint. I don't think they want us making any holes. I get it. I don't want to make holes. No. One of those things, you gotta take it down. Someone might get tired of that. Once this place gets old, they'll. Yeah. Okay. I'll get put a hole. Bring a hammer and a nail. Yeah, and that was same thing with, I don't know. In that women's bathroom, that paper towel thing. Oh. All right, thank you very much.
or Ms. Bailey can just turn her screen on. That'll be sufficient. Ms. Bailey, Mr. Kowinski. Somebody, prosecutor? Hi, is Miss Bailey or Mr. Kowinski available? I see her on the hallway. Okay, one of them with the Gonzalez Hall file. Thank you. Oh, I thought nobody was here. Hi. Hi. The 11 o'clock trial?
Yes, ma'am. The defendant is, I think he said a couple minutes away, but I don't have any witnesses. So
Are you going to have witnesses?
probably not.
These are, oh, how far out is your client?
He said he was pulling in, Judge. The delay is, we had another matter that was on Zoom. It was done at 10 o'clock. Before it just finished, I did it from the parking lot, I moved down the street. So I know he'll be here, because I was just talking.
Okay.
But he tells me it's 5 minutes.
Okay.
If Your Honor wants to wait for the defendant to get here, if not, I'm fine if Your Honor wants to waive his presence. As I said, I don't.
He's a prosecutor from Belleville. Leave him alone.
Sorry, I was like.
She was like, it's an officer. Wait a minute.
Is it not?
Let's be serious with serious matters. These are 22 HR 07048 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Luther Gonzalez Hall. Your appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. 71963. I would ask to waive my client's presence. He is en route to the courthouse.
We're still streaming. I assumed it was still recording since we weren't doing anything. Mr. Kuja, the prosecutor's already indicated that she's okay with the waiver of your client's appearance based on the fact that I believe the prosecution is unable to proceed.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Your motion, sir.
I move to dismiss, Your Honor.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted. It looks like your client's bond was personal on both of these matters. Matters are both dismissed. And that concludes the matter for this morning. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Thank you. Did you get something or did the
We had the DPW.
DPW did come? Okay.
See you guys tomorrow.
Take care.
He said when the time change takes place or the battery goes dead, you put a new battery today. Yeah. Make sure that it's be tough to get it off the wall. So he said, call him, he'll do it.
What did they put it up with?
Yeah, two-sided clear tape.
Oh, okay. Thank you, though. I wish I had seen them because I would have thanked them. It's a small thing and we don't have that much live stuff, but I see people.
I gotta watch right here and I look at that all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
I use the clock on the computer or I wear a watch every day, so.
All right, so I think our next one is 12:30.
It is. I'm gonna go sign some things and whenever they're ready, I'm ready.
I think, is that four?
Yes.
Okay, he's here and the officer's here, so we're making progress.
I was gonna say, if they're ready early. Okay, thank you, sir. Absolutely.
Oh, she's not.
Yeah.
She's not?
She's not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How are you?
Good, how are you? I've seen your face, but you're not online.
Well, that's a shame. You're very pretty.
Okay, now. This is 220643FY. This is State of Michigan versus Scott Allen Ford. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski appearing on behalf of the people, P84448.
Your name, please, sir?
Scott Allen Ford.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the in-person preliminary examination in this matter. The case is scheduled for 11:30. It's 11:46 by this court's clock. This court has not received communication from the attorney of record in this matter, that being Vanessa Hamilton. Ms. Hamilton has not joined this court's virtual courtroom. Has your office had any communication from her?
Nothing at this point, Your Honor. We haven't heard, and also the victim in this case himself, Mr. Johnson, he hasn't shown up either. The only person we have here is the officer in charge, Sean Hudson, but we will certainly need the victim's testimony, and we're still waiting for him to show up, but he hasn't, so.
Mr. Porter, this court does not penalize defendants whose attorneys have not shown up. You are more than welcome to wait to see if Ms. Hamilton appears. She has another unrelated matter this afternoon, but I call cases within 15 minutes of their scheduled start time, as much as is humanly possible. So if you wait around for her, otherwise I'll put the matter on my scheduling docket for next Wednesday morning. So.
I live 3.5 hours away, so.
So if you hang around, that's fine. We have things scheduled until 2:00. If Ms. Hamilton appears, we'll recall the case and get going on your matter. I know you have one witness here, so we'll see what happens. I just didn't want you hanging out in the hallway without knowing what was going on.
7-hour round trip.
I understand, sir. But if our 12:30 case is ready to go and then our 2:00 case, those cases will of course take precedence. But other than that, we're here. And if your attorney appears, we'll get going, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Kowinski.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I just wanted to get us released until 12:30. If there's something else you need to do. Okay, thank you.
Well, Mary Ann, right? Oh, you like you. I was waiting for you to explode. No, yeah, more curiosity, my problem. Yeah. And I'm just, ooh, here we go. No. Okay. Got some good plans going on, I tell you that. Here's the last one. No problem. All right.
You may be seated. Good afternoon, sir. Morning. 6 and 1, half dozen the other, doesn't matter. This is 220486 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Antoine Sean Harris. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009. Good afternoon, Judge Neighborhood Defender Service by Hannah Barron, 85265, representing Mr. Harris.
State your name for me, please, sir. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Today is the day and time set for the live preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, people are not prepared to proceed. I sent subpoenas in this case and for today's date, and no one has appeared.
Your motion.
Judge, I move you to dismiss the case.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Bailey?
Just that the dismissal is without prejudice.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Anything
Your Honor.
else, Ms. Barron?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harris will get the paperwork done, sir. Have a good afternoon and good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any update on poor Mr. Kowinski?
Unfortunately, so his attorney has shown up, but the victim in this case, not yet.
Okay.
We'll let other proceedings go first and hopefully by some kind of miracle, it shows up and we can get this going.
Not hopefully, we're going, because our next case isn't scheduled till 2, and I'd like to get my staff a lunch here. I am.
If anything, I apologize for any time this may have wasted.
Sir, I'm here all day, every day. Doesn't matter to me. I just don't like holding people any longer than we have to.
No, I understand, and I appreciate your patience and understanding, I really do.
JIS got added to your. What are you talking? Yeah, I thought he was coming up to add JIS. Is it on there? Do you have an icon? Oh. That's peculiar. Because Heather was in here and called Fred about it, and then I didn't hear anything else about it.
One last time, hoping for a miracle and
So I think our position is going to be a giant Christmas tree on the first floor and an artificial, inflatable Christmas tree up here.
okay.
No. No. I think Officer Brooks and I had the conversation this morning, and I think that we're on track. And then our last day before Christmas, they'll dress up and do the live nativity scene. The court officers will. I think that's the plan. This is 220643 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Scott Allen Court. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Kowinski on behalf of the people, P84448.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Your Honor. Vanessa Hamilton, P82107, on behalf of Mr. Core, who joins us in the courtroom to my right.
State your name for the record.
Scott Allen.
Thank you. Attorney Hamilton, the court did call the case earlier because I'm trying to stay on track, trying to get my staff some lunch today. So I'm sure Mr. Poor has advised you of that. But today is the day and time scheduled for the live preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, after contacting the victim, Mr. Jason Johnson, in this case, after multiple attempts, he's been notified, he's been subpoenaed, but yet he's failed to show up today.
Your motion.
We motion for dismissal.
Defense motion to dismiss is granted. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Kowinski?
Will that be dismissed without prejudice?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Attorney Hamilton?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Poor, that concludes this matter. Thank you for your patience. Safe driving to you, sir.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. This court will now stand in recess until 2 p.m. Thank you much.
Because he's got to wait for 2 o'clock case.
I'll do it anyway. Okay,
I mean, it's no rush.
okay, thank you.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm gone.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Thanks. Did we what? Which one? Oh, that's one. Brad. 34th District Court, now assessing the Honorable Lisa Martin.
Maybe seated. This is 220642 FT. This is State of Michigan versus Devon Sutton. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
PA2107 on behalf of Mr. Sutton, who joins us in the courtroom tonight.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right.
State your name for me, please.
Devon Sutton.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. Are the people ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes.
Any preliminary matters?
None from the people.
Any preliminary matters? Your first witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would call Officer Chad Adam.
Officer Adam, I'm going to have you stop at this podium for me right here. State your first and last name and then spell them for the record, please.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Chad Adam, CHAD, ADAM, Police Officer, Belleville, Michigan.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much. Now you can come have a seat in this black chair closest to me. Mary Ann is taking down your testimony. If for some reason she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer, okay? Thank you. Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Officer Chad Adam,
How long have you worked for Belleville?
about 2.5 years.
Were you employed, have you been employed with any other departments prior to Belleville?
Yes,
Where?
Royal Oak,
How long were you at Royal Oak for?
just under a year.
So you've been a police officer for roughly 3 years in total?
A little over.
Okay. Were you employed and working for Belleville on September 14th, 2022?
I was.
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
Solo patrol at that point.
And you mentioned that your patrol, were you in a scout car?
I was
Was it fully or semi-marked?
fully marked.
What does that look like?
It's a white Ford Explorer with the insignia of Belleville Police on the side. It says police the length of both driver and passenger side doors.
And does it have like overhead headlights?
It does.
And were you in a uniform?
I was.
What did the uniform look like?
What I'm wearing right now, it's blue, navy blue police uniform, Belleville insignias on both shoulders, as well as my outer vest has police on the back.
And did your duties as a Belleville police officer take you to East Columbia Avenue near Madelon Street?
Madeline, yes,
Is that here in Belleville,
it is.
Wayne County?
Correct.
Why were you there?
I had observed a vehicle that I wished to conduct a traffic stop on.
What did you observe this vehicle doing?
It had no functioning driver's side or passenger side taillight. The only working light was the third high mounted stop bar.
And were you traveling behind this vehicle?
I was.
Or to the side, behind
Behind.
it? Okay, in the same direction?
Correct.
What kind of vehicle was it, if you recall?
I can refresh my recollection, but from what I recall, I believe it was a Hyundai. It was an SUV, silver SUV,
It was a silver SUV? Okay, you just don't remember the make and model?
not off the top of my head. Tribute, maybe a Tribune, Hyundai Tribune.
So you observed the lack of taillights. What, if anything, did you do next?
I attempted to conduct a traffic stop using my overhead emergency lights. The vehicle pulled onto Madeline Street from East Columbia.
And after the vehicle pulled onto East Madeline Street, what did you do?
The vehicle slowed to what I would call a near stop, probably moving about 5 miles an hour. He was on a residential street at that point, and then he accelerated to, I believe, 44 miles an hour, and it posted 25 mile an hour zone.
So let's break that down a little bit more. Had you been able to stop your vehicle?
No,
So you weren't able to get out or stop your vehicle or anything like that?
I was not.
So after the vehicle accelerated off again, going how fast?
I believe it was 44.
In a 25.
Correct.
What did you do next?
I called out to dispatch over police radio that I had one not stopping for me. I initiated pursuit, turned on my audible siren, my emergency siren, observed the vehicle travel through multiple stop signs.
Did it stop for any of those stop signs?
No.
Did you continue pursuit of this vehicle?
I did, advising dispatch of direction. We had other units. My partner was en route as well as 2 Van Buren units to back up.
Now, your partner was in a separate car.
Correct.
What was your partner's name?
Corporal Matthew Vandaway.
And do you happen to know the Van Buren officers' names?
I do. It would be Officer Marbury and I can't pronounce his name. I didn't put it in my report, but I know both of them. They work the same shift we do.
Okay. For how long did you pursue this vehicle?
Approximately 4 minutes.
And did it maintain the 45 mph speeds the entire time?
At one point, it probably had exceeded that, but I had turned off my radar unit so it wouldn't be making noise while I was trying to use my police radio. So once I observed the 44 and the 25, I advised dispatch as such and was monitoring the speed via my speedometer.
And did you ever observe the vehicle stop?
Eventually, it came to a stop only after striking a residence.
Okay,
And then
so let's stop there. Do you recall the location of this residence that the vehicle struck?
I could refresh my recollection, but I believe it was 118 East Huron River Drive.
Do you want to refresh your recollection to be sure?
Yes, it was 118 East Huron River Drive.
And what part of the residence did the vehicle strike?
The rear bricked portion of the, what would be the east side of the house, the residence.
And would that have been like the front yard, the backyard, side yard?
The backyard.
The backyard, okay. And had you ever lost sight of the vehicle prior to it crashing?
Never.
So after the vehicle crashed into this residence, what, if anything, did you observe next?
I observed the vehicle straighten out, and then it continued what would be southwest, striking a parked Ford Fusion in the driveway of a residence behind 118 East Huron River Drive.
And then what did you observe?
I observed a male exit the driver's seat. He was wearing a gray sweatsuit and he had dreadlocks. I observed him run eastbound through a backyard. I continued on foot, giving him orders to stop, police.
So I'm going to stop you right there. When did you park your car and exit?
Immediately. I actually had my door open before his was. I knew it was coming. I advised dispatch that I believed he was going to foot bail.
Was this
I'm sorry that he was going to
Foot bail.
foot bail. Thank you.
Now, was that after the residence, but before the car, or after the car? Or something else?
When we had entered the driveway of that residence, I advised dispatch. I previously advised dispatch that I believed he was going to foot bail because I had seen the driver's door pop open. When we rounded a corner and entered that residence in that driveway, I again said we were foot bailing, and then I opened my door as the vehicle struck the building and then continued straight. When it came to a complete stop, I was already out of the vehicle.
And that was after striking that vehicle?
It was.
Okay. So you observed this person exit the vehicle. What happened next?
I continued after him on foot, giving him orders to stop, police. Drew my department issued taser, but he was able to elude me into a wooded area.
What did you do after this person eluded you?
I advised over the radio his direction. My partner, Corporal Vandaway, was on Madeline Street, which is where the direction he was last seen running towards. The 2 other Van Buren officers had set up a perimeter. We had looked for him for a few minutes in that area before returning back to the vehicle. We didn't know if there was anyone else in the vehicle, if there was any identifiers in the vehicle.
So the vehicle being the vehicle that you had observed this person exit?
It was a Mazda Tribune, now that I'm thinking about it, Mazda Tribune.
Okay. So you go back to the vehicle that you observed this person exit, and what did you do?
The owner of the vehicle that was struck came out and began speaking to us. We advised what had happened, and then I heard the distinct snapping of a tree branch in this area where the suspect was last seen.
Okay. And how far away from you was that tree branch snap?
Maybe 100 feet.
Okay. What did you do next?
I began another cursory search of that area, and then I witnessed the defendant running what would be eastbound on Roland Street, I advised dispatch over police radio.
Now, this person that you observed running after hearing the twig snap, was this person dressed similarly?
Yes,
Okay, the same or similar?
the same.
The same. Okay. Did they also have the dreadlocks that you would observe?
They did.
After observing this person, what did you do? Strike that. Do you see that person here in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point to this person and tell me something that they're wearing?
He's wearing a green jumpsuit.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do next?
I initiated foot pursuit, again, calling out for suspect to stop.
Did he stop?
He did not.
For how far did you follow him on foot pursuit this second time?
Approximately a block,
How many times did you ask him to stop?
3 to 4.
And did you identify yourself as a police officer?
I did.
Did the defendant eventually stop?
I observed him run up a driveway located at 225 Roland Street. I advised over police radio that I was following him to that residence. I began searching that area, and I eventually located him hiding under the front bumper of a vehicle in the driveway, advising over police radio, holding the suspect at gunpoint.
And after locating the defendant underneath a vehicle, what happened next?
I held him at gunpoint until my backup officers arrived, and he was taken into custody.
Did he willingly come out from underneath the vehicle, or did he have to be removed?
We assisted him out of there. He was cooperative at that point. He, I believe, said, "I'm done running," something to that effect.
So, before he cleared the tree line, that first time you chased him on foot, how far did you follow him for?
In the vehicle or on foot?
On foot.
Probably 100 feet from the vehicle. He was able to elude me into a wooded line. There was a lot of residences right there. I attempted to locate him by myself, but we had other units coming.
And that time, did you identify yourself as a police officer?
I did.
Did you ask him to stop?
I did.
How many times?
2 to 3 times.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you. Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So you stated that you were in the area just conducting general patrol.
Correct.
And you stated that you saw that this car did not have tail first lights.
Correct.
And so does that mean that the lights in the whole car were illuminated, or?
The rear brake lights, he was positioned at a traffic control device. Neither tail light, driver's side or passenger side is functioning at all. So essentially, the only rear red light to the vehicle was the third brake light, the top stop bar in the middle of the window.
And so you say that you initially, did you expect the lights right away?
No, I ran the license plate through our lead system, and I advised dispatch of my location, and I began conducting the stop shortly after coming into contact with it.
Do you remember when you ran the plate, if anything, did everything check out all right in that regard?
As far as I recall, the traffic stop was solely based on the malfunctioning equipment.
And you stated that the person got out and ran on foot. You said he was able to elude you within 100 feet or so of.
I wasn't sure which direction he went when he exited the vehicle because there was multiple other vehicles and fence lines in my line of sight. But I observed him exit the vehicle and then run into a wooded line about 100 feet from the traffic crash.
Okay, at that point you lost sight of.
Correct.
As you said, there was a light, you didn't even see which direction he went. I'm just trying to picture, so there are other cars in the driveway, right? And
Is that a yes?
I saw which direction he went. I was unable to see where he went based on the direction of his travel. There was multiple directions he could have gone. There was along the back of a fence line. There was multiple entrances to different backyards. So I wasn't sure exactly what backyard he went into. We began searching those backyards because I believed he had foot bailed in that area because he may have resided around there.
and did you ever find out that he resided there?
No.
lost sight of him pretty quickly. Was it daylight or was it night?
It was nighttime.
As you said that you eventually heard snapping and came into contact again with what you believe to be the same person.
Correct.
And that person then ran from you, you said about a block or so?
Roughly a block.
To the driveway. At that point, were you identifying yourself as a police officer at that point?
I was.
And did you make any statements, either while running or when you encountered him again?
He said he was done running. He had actually, when we located him, he was missing his footwear. He had ran right out of his slides when he jumped out of the vehicle. He was just said he was done running.
Did you have the sandals that were those left at the scene, or?
I believe they were left at the scene. I didn't process that scene. My partner did. They were probably, I would assume, secured back in the vehicle, so they weren't on that person's property.
And did he make any statements at all concerning?
He had said something to the effect of that he had a warrant, and that's why he ran.
But he didn't say anything about the traffic stop.
I don't believe so.
Thank you. Any redirect, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
Officer Adam, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Your next witness, ma'am?
The people rest.
No witnesses from the past.
Thank you. Argument?
Your Honor, people move for bind over and I'll reserve argument for rebuttal.
We would object to the bind over, Your Honor. I don't believe that there's been sufficient evidence to show that my client was actually the person that was driving that vehicle that had jumped out. At that time, the officer testified that he lost sight of an individual and then came in contact with an individual who stated that who ran away from him, who stated that he ran away due to a probation violation. But there's nothing connecting my client to the actual lead part of that.
Your Honor, that is 100% false. This officer testified that he observed a male with dreads wearing a full gray outfit exit the vehicle and then run away. He followed that individual until he crossed a tree line, in which he was lost sight of, and it probably would not have been safe for this officer to have gone after him by himself. He then later, a short time later, came into contact with another person, dreads and an all gray outfit that exactly matched the outfit that he observed the person getting out of the car and running away in. The people have met their burden of proof. The defendant did drive in excess of 35 miles an hour in an area that was designated to be 35 or less. He went 45 in a twin.
25.
25. Thank you. I couldn't remember if it was 20 or 25. This officer identified himself as a police officer. He was in a fully marked scout car, full uniform, gave multiple valid orders to stop running, to stop fleeing, and the defendant ignored all of those orders. The people have met their burden of proof, and I would ask that this court bind over.
Thank you, ma'am. After hearing the testimony of the sole witness in this preliminary examination this afternoon, the court will find prosecution's argument sufficient for purposes of binding Mr. Sutton over as charged on the 2 felony counts, the fleeing third-degree police officer, resisting, obstructing, assaulting police officer. The reckless driving misdemeanor will travel with this case. The next date in this proceedings will be an arraignment on the information on November 23rd, 2022 at 9 a.m. at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
Nothing from the people.
Anything else, Attorney Hamilton?
No.
Mr. Sutton's previously entered bond with all of its conditions will continue.
Your Honor, I would like to.
That's why I said anything further.
I would like to refund in this particular matter. My understanding is that bond hasn't been lowered because there is a federal notice of extradition the beginning of September, mid-September.
Did you say that it has not been lowered because of the federal hold?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's a hold. I know that the feds have been notified that he's in custody. However, we would like, specifically for this case, what he's being held on, I think it is a bit high. It's $100,000, 10%. He understands that he's got other obligations and whatnot going on. He understands his obligation to this court. But that doesn't mean that he should be stuck in Wayne County Jail. He should be given more of an opportunity to be bailed out. He availed himself to any kind of GPS requirement or even some sort of, in-home custody. It just simply being in Wayne County Jail is very difficult and it's very taxing on any inmate. He would definitely be a lot more effective working on this case outside of jail. And he has no problem availing himself to whatever information they need for the feds to find him, for Wayne County to find him.
What ties does he have to the community? My notes show Las Vegas.
I got family in the Ypsilanti area.
And have you been living in Michigan for a while before this happened?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Wait 1 second. Were you finished with your?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, people would unilaterally oppose a reduction. It didn't come out in testimony, but this officer found a hotel room key. The defendant does not have a Michigan address. He has an extensive out-of-state history that I can go into, Your Honor. But the reason for his fleeing and eluding, as well as resisting and obstructing this officer, I believe poses a great threat to the community when combined with his history and what the federal government wants him for. Does Your Honor wish me to elaborate? No?
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you said he had a hotel key and I was waiting to hear what a hotel key.
Oh, meaning he does not have an established residence.
You can have a hotel key and live in Michigan.
You can, Your Honor, but I don't think it establishes enough of a residency for the people to feel comfortable, especially with the defendant's extensive out-of-state history for immensely violent crimes that pose a threat to the public at large. It is a fleeing and eluding case where he was attempting to avoid extradition warrants from the federal government. I believe bond is appropriate as is, given the defendant's history, which if Your Honor wishes, I can elaborate more on.
I would just object to say if they catch the prosecution ahead of time that these were not, the federal charges are not immensely violent, as the prosecution explained. They are related to trafficking. However, he was fleeing in concern that he would be knowing that police contact would lead to violation of his probation. But he is not accused of or been, at least from what I can see, been guilty of any sort of dangerous or violent crimes.
Your Honor, I can go.
Attorney Hamilton, just so we're clear, because I don't want to go on too much longer about this. When I said anything further, it was specifically hoping that you would say something about the bond, because 100,000 sounds high, given the fact that Officer Adam is talking about like a 1 block area where this fleeing eluding occurred. Is there something you want to expand upon?
Your Honor, the defendant has 2 prior convictions of sex trafficking of minors by force or coercion. Additionally, an extensive history with no less than 4 assaultive charges from out-of-state agencies.
Anything else?
He was on supervised release when this happened. Battery with serious bodily injury, several counts of that from 2003. Conspiracies, an additional obstructing a police officer from 2007, a fail to appear in 2009. And that appears to be the extent of what I can see, Your Honor, but at least 1 prior failed to appear and his history and what the federal government wants him for. I do believe that $100,000 bond is completely appropriate.
Anything else, Attorney Hamilton?
Just that it sounds like the charges that were listed are all at least 10 years old, if not more. And he has no recent history having to do with it.
The court's going to deny your request to modify bond. You can take it up downtown next week. Anything else, Ms. Bailey?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Good luck to you, Mr. Sutton. This court is now adjourned.